Daytime baseball here on MLB Network. Today it's the finale of this 4-game set between the Thunder and the Arrows. It's baseball on MLB Network, and it's coming up next. Tug Lawler is the man on the mound for the 4th game of the series. What do we need to know here, Danny?
Hey, Matt, we're getting a look at a guy that's really dependable. Last 3 starts, ERA just under 3.00, and that's some pretty good pitching. Minimizes the amount of walks, keeps his hits down, and if he can do more of the same of that, he should have some pretty good fortune in this one here today.
Now at the plate, Saul Worthing, and we are ready for some daytime baseball.
Worthing.
First pitch of the at-bat. Pulls this one into the air out into right field. Tierney has it, and it's a quick out, number 1.
Batting second. The second baseman, Brian Cannon.
So stepping in, Brian Cannon. He'll get to take his first cuts here. Now the pitch. Our temperature, hot but not overly hot. 87 degrees here at first pitch. The 1-0. No time to look at our umpires in this one. Behind the plate is Dave Lawrence.
Dan, we got Dave Lawrence behind the dish tonight. One of the best in the business, in my opinion, but sometimes has a tendency to fall into a pattern where he's given a little bit too much on that outside corner.
Yeah, D-Road, one of the things he'll do, he'll open up that outside corner, especially with left-handed batters.
Ready to deliver the 1-2. Swing and a miss on the fastball that time. Out number 2.
Boy, that's really disappointing for a guy that has wheels, right? All he wants to do is get on base and take advantage of the strength of his game, which is his speed. But with the strikeout right there, you can't get on first base if you strike out.
So now to the plate, Scott Franchise, as he looks at a fastball that's in there for strike 1. And he's definitely off to a fast start in the early part of the season. And a slider runs in on him as he has to lean out of the way. Bases are empty here with 2 men out. Now a foul tip that's held onto at the plate, and the count moves to 1-2 now.
That's the perfect pitch after you've just brushed a guy back. The hitter
high and deep to right. Looking up is the right fielder, and that one is gone on a 2-strike count with 2 away in the inning. A solo shot here to straightaway right field. 4th home run here in the early going, and they've taken a 1-run lead.
What a way to get things started while playing on the road. Top of the first and a big fly, just like that, and they take the lead.
To the plate now, Mike Hayes. As he'll take a look at a slider here that misses for ball 1. And he's definitely off to a fast start in the early part of the season. Lifted down the line in left. Left fielder is on the move, and no one will track it down. 2 out, nobody on. Liner towards second. So this will be pulled in out there at second base, and that'll be that. But they're off to a good start as they pick up a run on this solo shot. On to the bottom of the first. Tennessee is out in front here, 1-0. Antoine Fong gets handed the ball for the fourth and final game of the series. Dan Plesac, what do you got?
This guy's a pretty good pitcher, and I was looking through the stats, and one thing jumped out at me: a sub 1.20 whip coming into this start. That tells me a couple of things. One, he's not afraid to throw strikes, and two, when he does throw strikes, he throws quality, and he still gets people out. It'll be fun to watch this guy work in this one today.
Striding in, Rolando Valido. He'll lead things off here in the bottom half of the first. This is hit the other way out toward left field. Arellano is right there, and it's a very quick out number one.
Batting second, the first baseman, Alton Kramer.
Set to get his day started, Alton Kramer. And it's been a real struggle for him with the bat so far this year, looking to get things turned around in a hurry. He's ready. Here's the first offering. Swing, and he pops him up. Esparza in foul ground, and that's going to land foul. And a sinker dips too low there. Into the dirt, in fact. Fellas, you take a look at these guys as they get onto the field for the bottom of the first here this afternoon. 4-2 over their last 6 games, including a win last time out.
Yeah, Matty, this team has been playing really well right now. And this is case in point. Chance to jump out again to another 1-0 lead. They've really been doing that. They've been on attack, early offensive, almost ambush-like approaches to their at-bats, and it's working for them.
Batting third, the right fielder, Chet Tierney.
At the plate, Chet Tierney. First cuts for him here with the bases open and 2 away. Infield in the overshift here. Now the pitch. Popped him up. Hayes is under this one. As he puts this one away, the side is retired. Pretty painless half of the inning, all told. We'll move ahead to the top of the second now. The Thunder lead it 1-0. Second inning set to go. And coming forward, the veteran outfielder, Andrew Arellano.
Andrew Arellano.
First offering on its way. Fastball catches the black there for a called strike. Here's one that misses high. It's 1-1. Arellano is often heralded for his defensive capabilities patrolling the outfield. So much, in fact, it's not uncommon to hear the word elite when used in talking about his skill set. So I guess it goes without saying that his pitcher teammates always appreciate having him out there behind them.
Yeah, he just seems to be in the right place at the right time. I don't know if he could see the signs from out there, but it almost seems like he gets a jump before the pitch even reaches home plate.
Now here's the pitch. Count remains 2-2. And the pitch. Grounded weakly toward third. Fielded cleanly. Throw to first will be in time, and there's one gone here to start the second.
Batting fifth, the shortstop, Hal Hale.
So striding forward now, Hal Hale. Mixed results for him in the series, 3 for 14. Ready with the first pitch. Here it comes. Good off-speed pitch had him out in front for strike one.
Well, they got to him in the first inning, which is huge, but he looks a lot more settled into this ball game right now. He's not the kind of pitcher you want to let get into a groove out there.
And he pulls the string on the circle change, but it's taken for ball one. Grounder hit hard down the first baseline. And this will get down to the 258 marker in right.
At seven, the first baseman, Corey Esparza.
Standing in now, Corey Esparza. He swings and hits it foul off to the right and out of play. He's ready for his first at-bat of this early season contest. 1 pitch on its way. His eyes lit up on that one above the zone, but he comes up empty.
It's funny. That pitch, I can picture being in the box. That pitch looks so good to hit, and why does no one ever get to it? A good executed high fastball usually blows 9 out of 10 guys away.
The 1-2. Line toward the gap in left center. And that's into the outfield for a 1-out base hit.
And that's a base hit right there on a hanging 2-strike changeup.
And that's one we like to call a hanger right there. You see it high, you let it fly. Nice job by the offensive player.
In now, Tiny Ryan. As he grounds one briskly to short. He's right there to second for 1. On to first as they get the double play to get him out of the inning. Leading off the inning, Antonio Nunez. And they'll need him to get something going here.
Antonio Nunez.
First delivery to him on the way.
Ball 1, no strike.
The 1-0 home. Left side. Scooped up. And they won't have a play as he reaches it first. Let's see how this is scored.
Boy, there's a quality infield base hit right there. That kind of reminded me of the old Yankees shortstop Derek Jeter on that jump throw.
Hey, that's why this is the pros. Back in the day, that's a knock all day long. But up here, guys are making those plays, at least making you think about them. That's an amazing play by the shortstop to leave his feet and at least make this close.
At the plate, Devin Myers. And they pitch out here, but nothing's going on. The 1-0 pitch. Now a good pitch on the inside part of the plate ties him up, and it's 1-1.
Not much you can do with that one. Tied him up in knots.
Gets him to swing at a pitch down and out of the zone. 1-2.
Hey, I get where he's going right there. Sinker and then pull the string back a little bit with that nasty changeup. But if those fall in the same quadrant, look for someone to get on top of one and crush it.
So he sets him down swinging. Devin Myers is dealt with for the first out in the bottom of the inning. At the plate now, Bo Jr. Here's a sinker to start him out, but he wouldn't bite. It's ball 1. That's 2-0. Jr. 33 years old. This is his 16th season at the major league level, and obviously that alone reflects the incredible career he's put together.
Yeah, Matty, this guy has had an amazing career. And you know what? It's a testament to how hard he's worked, the changes he's had to make. This is a game of adjustments, and you don't hang around this long if you're not prepared to make some adjustments along the way.
And the runner back. Now the 2-0. Fong has a reputation, or a knack if you will, for working himself out of tough situations when he finds himself there. A lot of relief pitchers are known for that, obviously, but as a starter, that's certainly a valuable characteristic to have.
Matty D, and I'm going to tell you who likes this. The bullpen likes it, and the manager likes this, because most pitchers are going to get into trouble at least 1 or 2 times during the course of a start, and it's nice to know as a manager that you have a guy that's out there that can pitch with men on base and wiggle out of some tough jams. This guy's made a living doing this in his career.
He's running. just off the end of the bat. It's a foul ball, and he'll stick around. The 2-2 one more time. And this one's in the dirt, but it won't skip away far enough for the runner to advance. Now the payoff pitch home. And he lays off here. A nice job. It's ball 4. First and second now with one away.
Batting seven, the center fielder, Francisco.
Ready now, Francisco Pimentel, as he'll look to bring home that tying run from second with a base hit into the outfield. He's set and the pitch. And he takes a cold strike. 0-1.
With some traffic on the base paths, nice job by the pitcher to execute strike one.
This one's outside. Quite a bit off the plate that time. And this is drifting foul back into the stands. Nunez on second. Junior is over at first with one away. In the dirt here. Good job to corral this quickly as the runners hold on. Here now the 2-2. Fouled off. And he comes back with one down and in for ball 3. Andrew Zavala, the number 8 hitter here, waits on deck. He's set. Here's the 3-2. Got him swinging. Chased it well out of the zone, and there are 2 gone.
Well, I'm glad we get another look at that beauty of the pitch right there. You can't spot a sinker in a better location because even if you do get the bat on the ball, there's not a whole lot you can do with that. Textbook sinker.
Stepping in now, Andrew Zavala. As the first pitch to him runs a bit inside for ball 1. And he's looking to get it going. Off to a bit of a slow start this year. Looked like the sinker there dipped a little below the knees.
A time to start making some quality pitches. He finds himself in a tough spot behind an account with guys on base.
2 down, runners at first and second. Oh, here's a shot out to right center. The runner from first crosses the plate. It's now a 2-1 ball game.
This one just whistles over the second baseman's head. He had no chance to make a play on that one, and it gets fielded deep in the alley, but not before 2-run score, and the hitter lands on second.
Into the box, Tug Lawler. Left side, but well foul. Runner in scoring position with 2 gone. Comes set, the 0-1. A swinging strike, and now it's 0-2.
Hey, I know it's the pitcher at the plate, but he's going to grind it out right here. He's got a chance to help himself, and nothing's a bigger backbreaker to a team than watching the pitcher drive in a run.
And he gets him to go after 1-0-2 as this is popped in the air toward the left side of the infield. Ryan will put this one away, and the side is retired. So it's 2 runs on 2 hits, no errors, and a runner left. We'll go now to the top of the 3rd. The Arrows are out on top 2-1. Leading off the inning, Antoine Fong, as they'll look to get something going here and even this game up.
Number 1.
Ready to deliver. Here's the first pitch.
Pitcher wants to have a quick inning right here, capitalize on the momentum his batters have.
A high fastball is in there. And he popped him up. Kramer has room in foul territory, and no one will track it down. And a changeup swung on and missed for the first out. At the plate, Saul Worthing. He flew out in his last at-bat. First pitch on its way. Try to bunt for a base hit here as he gets this one down. But this is foul for the first strike. Swing, and he popped him up over in foul territory back behind third. And there's out number 2.
The batter number 22, second baseman, Brian Cannon.
Into the box, Brian Cannon. He looked to bounce back after striking out his last time up.
Yeah, and kind of shocked he got blown away with a fastball. You could tell he was late on that one. And we'll see if he tries to cheat to something this AB.
1 ball, no strikes the count. Now a slurve taken for his strike. 1-1. 2 outs, nobody on, but a base runner here feels like it would really change the complexion of the inning.
Big spot right here. Middle of the order guy is coming up. Let's see if he can extend the inning.
Count moves to a ball and 2 strikes now. The 1-2 is an off-speed pitch taken for a ball. Rounded down the third baseline, but this is going to be a foul ball as that keeps things at 2-2. A 2-1 score here as we play inning number 3. And he comes back with a fastball. Strike 3 called, and the inning is over. Bottom of the third now, and standing in as the switch-hitting second baseman, Rolando Valido. Now the pitch. And he'll miss the target away with the fastball. It's 1-0. And he comes back with one in there for a high strike.
Well, they've really had an answer for keeping him in check in this series. He's offered very little resistance with the bat in his hand so far.
That's lifted the other way out to left. Arellano moves over a few steps to his right as he's got it for the first out.
The first baseman, number 12, Alton Kramer.
Stepping in, Alton Kramer, 0 for 1 here in the early going. He's ready. Here's the first offering. Hey. One out, nobody on. One and one.
Outside.
And they'll come back with one in the third as the count moves to 2-1 now.
Sometimes it can be difficult for a pitcher. You're facing a guy that's not known to be a big stick in the lineup. Sometimes the toughest thing is to be aggressive and throw strikes.
Popped him up. Ryan shading to his right. He's got it, and there are 2 down now.
The right fielder, number 99, Chet Kearney.
Now batting, Chet Tierney. His last at-bat didn't go his way as he popped out in foul territory.
Yeah, Matt, he's got to make an adjustment right here. His swing definitely broke down, dropped his back shoulder, and thus the result was a terrible pop-up foul.
1-0 the count. Good pitch on the black. That was the sinker for a strike. Bases are empty here with 2 men out. And here's a pitch swung on and missed. 1-2 now. Good hard sinker, but he lays off to even things at 2-2. The pitch. Now a ball lined to the left side, but this will be a foul ball. Hot shot down the line, and this will stay inside the third base bag. A fair ball, and he will pull into second with a 2-out double.
And this might be the kind of AB that gets him out of that slump. Smart hitting here, just going with the pitch, using the whole field instead of trying to do too much. The results speak for themselves.
Into the box now, Antonio Nunez, as he'll take a look at a strike right down the middle. It's 0-1. Swing and a liner. Foul. Oh, he went for the knockout pitch that time, but a good eye. 1-2. And a sinker there. Swung on and missed for out number 3. Danger averted following the 2-out double. More to come on MLB Network Sunday Baseball after this. All set for the start of the 4th, and that'll bring forth the veteran outfielder, Scott Franchise. First pitch on its way. Now a swing and a fly ball. Right fielder giving chase. He gets there to make the play for the first out of the inning.
The catcher, number 2, Mike Hayes.
Next will be the cleanup hitter, Mike Hayes. First pitch coming. Here it is. Hot shot on the ground is short. A sliding attempt at short, but he can't get a glove on it, and that should be a base hit.
Yeah, I don't know if I love the approach of pulling the trigger on that 0-0 pitch. I can't imagine that's exactly what he's looking for. The result works. Pitcher can't be too mad.
To the plate now, Andrew Arellano, as he will take a fastball in there at the knees for strike 1. He's 0 for 1 thus far. Set to deliver the 0-1. Swing, and he pops him up. And that'll get down for a base hit.
Now batting, shortstop, Al Hale.
Standing in now, Al Hale, fouled away. 1 for 1 after a single his first time up. 0-1 count. Here it comes. Another one fouled off, and he's quickly behind 0-2. Nothing in 2 count, and the pitch. And here's a ball hit in the air, but no chance to run it down. It's a foul ball. Not a bad pitch there with 2 strikes, but it misses. 1-2. 4th inning of a 2-1 ball game. Still a ball and 2 strikes. From the stretch. Swung on and lifted in the air to left center. Long run for the center fielder. And this is going to get down for extra bases as that'll get 1, if not both of them, home. Throw to third, and he's out. But we do have a tie ball game now with a run scoring on the play.
Well, you hate to see guys run into outs, especially when it's because of an unnecessary risk. He had 2 all the way, and he clearly should have just been happy with that.
At the plate, Jorge Esparza lifted high in the air and deep out to left field. Left fielder looking up. Gone! He finds the short porch for a home run. A solo shot here to left. Second home run early in the year as they push the lead to 4-2.
You don't see this very often off of this starting pitcher. This guy's not used to giving up some bombs, so I'm sure that'll be a wake-up call, and he'll start throwing some better pitches.
So now to the plate, Tiny Ryan. As he'll follow one into the dirt and come up empty for the first strike. Comes into this at-bat 0 for 1 in the ball game. Swing and a miss here, and he's behind in the count now, 0-2.
Yeah, Matty, I'm going to need a better approach out of the 8-hole hitter. He's hitting in the bottom of the order for a reason. He's got to be willing to work the count, grind it, get this pitch count up, and get on for the boys in front of him.
This is on the ground over to first. Oh, and he can't come up with it. And they'll have no play as he reaches first base safely.
Hey, not a bad pitch right there. Off-speed pitch down in the zone. You thought he would set that up pretty well. The previous pitch was a real good fastball up.
Yeah, I think the hitter was sitting all over that one, Dan. I really do. He saw that fastball up for show. I think he thought to himself, here comes the off-speed.
0 for 1 for him here in this one. Barely able to make contact. Down 0-2 now. 3 runs already home here. Runners going. Now a swing and a ball popped in the air back behind short. Nunez. Got it, and the side is retired. So they pick up 3 runs on 5 hits, no errors, and 1 man left on. To the bottom of inning number 4 we go. The Thunder on top 4-2. Ready to go in the bottom of the 4th, and set to go as the third baseman, Devin Myers.
Hey, we're still in the early stages in this one. They're only down by a couple of runs, but it's really key for this leadoff guy to try to get on and get a big inning started.
Starts him out with a fastball too low for ball 1. Pitch to the plate is a slider for a strike, and it's all knotted up at 1-1. And he takes ball 2, and it's 2-1. And this is on the inside edge, perhaps off the inside edge, but it's a called strike. 2-2 now. And this will miss down low in the dirt, so he's worked it full now at 3-2. Bull Jr. will be next. 3-2 pitch. It's taken on the inside corner. Strike 3.
Well, that call looked like it was a little in the pitcher's favor, but it wasn't outrageous. Hey, listen, calling balls and strikes is a really tough job, and even the best are going to miss some from time to time, especially when they're sort of borderline like that last one. Not sure the hitter would want to hear that, though.
Stepping in now, Bull Jr. as the first pitch to him is off the plate for a ball, 1-0. No official at bat for him, but he has scored a run in this one. There's a cut fastball that time that runs in a bit too tight, and it's 2-0 now.
They obviously circled him before the game that they were not going to let him beat them. Walked him this first time up, and now they're nibbling again.
Too tight with that one. 3-0.
I'd be shocked if this wasn't a 4-pitch walk right here. He doesn't want to mess around and leave something over the heart of the plate and get beat in this situation.
And he gets the call there, 3-1. And it's full now, 3-2.
Great job by the pitcher right there, changing eye levels. We all know he's a sinker ball pitcher, but if he could throw some four-seamers up in the zone like that, it could work for him.
And the cutter can't find the zone as he surrenders the base on balls here.
Number 4, Francisco.
Into the box now, Francisco Pimentel. First pitch of the at-bat on its way. We're in the 4th inning of a 4-2 ball game. In there, and he's in control. 0-2 now.
0-2 is the count.
And you can tell he wanted to hold off, but he swings through the inside pitch anyway, and he becomes out number 2.
Just tied him up with that last pitch. Pretty evident by the swing. Sometimes guys get in that protect mode so much that they're swinging at everything that they see, and they end up offering at pitches that they can't possibly do anything with.
Into the box now, Andrew Zavala. And he's a bit tardy there on the first pitch fastball. It's 0-1.
Hey, it's not always about filling up the strike zone all the time every inning. He's pitching well as we're moving into the middle innings, but interestingly, less than 50% of his first pitches have been for strikes.
Tying run at the plate, the 0-1. And there's ball 1. Zavala, 28 years old. He's in his 4th season as a major league player. He's set. Here comes the 1-1.
Hey, after the double in his first at-bat, looks like he's trying to pitch around this guy a little bit.
Think he held up in time, but that becomes moot as it's a called strike 2. And a sinker dips too low there. Into the dirt, in fact.
Good spot for an RBI. Put the ball in play with the runner in motion. He could score all the way from first.
Too close for comfort, and he did a good job just to make contact. Another full count pitch home. This is pulled into right. In there, a base hit. And they won't even attempt to run on that arm in right. So despite the runner moving on the pitch, it will wind up first and second here.
As we take a look at the pitch count, you can see that it's not that high. But you have to wonder maybe if the heat is taking it out on this guy a little bit. The weather can be the great equalizer, especially when the temps are starting to rise like this.
To the plate now, Tug Lawler, as the sinker to him finds the zone for strike one. He popped out in his first trip. Behind 0-2 now. Nothing in 2 count, and the pitch. That misses. 1-2. 2 men are on with 2 men out. Swing and a miss, and that ends the inning. Ready for another shot now. Saul Worthing 0 for 2 on the afternoon so far.
Saul Worthing.
Third baseman in tight, protecting the bunt. The first pitch.
Nope. Ball one. Lots of hits given up, but so far no walks. At least he's making them work to get on base. Problem is, they haven't had to work too hard.
And the off-speed pitch is taken here. A ball and a strike. Sent on the ground out to second. He's got it. And the 5th inning will start with a ground out, 1 away.
The batter, number 22, second baseman, Brian Cannon.
Settling in now, Brian Cannon has gone down on strikes twice already in this one. And Dan, when you know you have a chance to hand someone a hat trick for the game, is there any extra motivation to punch him out again?
Hey, there's no doubt about that, Matt. When you have a good hitter like this and you punched him out twice already, you just want to continue to go out there and make good pitches and see if you can't dominate him for a 3rd time.
Here comes the first pitch.
Ball one, no strike. No strike.
A couple strikeouts early in the game, but he's done a much better job in this at-bat trying to get ahead and put himself in a good hitter's count.
2-0 count, the pitch. (4-2) our score here as we play inning number 5. And he can't catch the corner here, so he's behind 3-1.
To be honest with you, I'm a little bit more afraid of the guy on deck than the guy that's up right now. If I'm on the mound, I want this guy up right now. He's the guy that's got to beat me.
3-1. Is put in play to the right side of the infield. He's got to hurry. Throw gets him 2 down.
The right fielder, number 16, Scott Franchise.
Digging in once again, Scott Franchise. He's a dangerous hitter indeed as the reigning batting champion in the National League. First delivery to him on the way. To short. Throw in time, and the side is retired. Coming to the plate now, Rolando Valido. And at this point of the game, I think it's clear that the plan of attack against the top of the order has worked.
Well, when you've only surrendered 1 hit to the top 3 guys in the order up to this point in the game, you know you're doing something right, Matt. You're spot on. Whatever they discussed coming into this game has worked out beautifully.
First offering on its way.
Yeah. 0-1's the count.
Into the windup. Here comes the 0-1. Swing and a miss, and he's in control. 0-2.
You have to find a way to lay off that low sinker. There is just no way to do any damage. You're just looking at either a bruised shin or a ground out to the left side.
The 1-2. Hit out towards second. Reined in. And the throw pulls the first baseman off the bag, and he'll reach it first.
The first baseman.
And that's what speed does for you. He made the play, but in the back of his mind, he knew he was dealing with the speedster, so he rushed the throw, and he had more time than he thought, too.
Now at the plate, Alton Kramer. First pitch coming. Here it is. He's set. Here's the 0-1. This one's outside. Quite a bit off the plate that time. Clearly trying to control the running game with the slide step here.
Yeah, that's a good way of trying to control the running game, Matt. The problem with it, though, it has a tendency to throw your command off because you're worrying about that runner on base.
2-1.
Pretty good pitch right there. Fastball in off the plate. One of the things you want to do as a pitcher, try to stand those hitters up.
And perhaps sensing a hit and run may be on, a move to first. Don't want to forget about it. He's fallen behind now, 3-1.
Good job to work the count and put himself back in the driver's seat. Started off with 1 strike, and now he's got the count in his favor, 3-1.
This is in the air out to straightaway center. Worthing will settle under it to make the play for the first out, as the runner will have to head back to first.
The right fielder, number 99. Chet Tierney.
Digging in and looking for more, Chet Tierney. He doubled earlier in the game, 1 for 2 to this point. And prior to the first pitch, he'll look to first. And he just manages to get his hand in. And another throw over, keeping particularly close tabs on him. And again, a throw over. And the fans don't like this at all. First pitch of the at-bat on its way. And a high strike to begin the at-bat. It's 0-1.
Can't come out of his game plan right here. He knows he's a known sinker baller. I know it was a 4-seamer right there, but get back to that 2-seam. It's what his MO is.
The 0-1 on its way. And a pitch out. Nothing doing, though, and that's ball 1. There he goes. In there. Now the throw is not close as he's in there with a stolen base.
Well, they threw over there multiple times thinking he was going to try to swipe that bag, so they were onto him, but he just waited it out and took off when he had the chance. Nice job of base running there.
Ready to deliver the 1-2. Good bite to that sinker as he gets him to swing through it for out number 2. So here's the cleanup hitter, Antonio Nunez. From the stretch.
Nope.
1-0 pitch on the way. There's a swing and a high deep drive headed for the right field corner. But this one will bend foul. Had plenty of distance though as it landed in the upper deck. From the belt, kicks and deals. And he dives to make a spectacular catch. What a play there to end the inning. Worth a second look here as this is a beauty to end the inning. Don't touch that remote. More on MLB Network right after this. Jerry Conway will come on and make his fourth appearance in this campaign.
Jerry Conway.
Top half of the sixth about to get started, and next will be the power hitting catcher, Mike Hayes.
Mike Hayes.
Ready with the first pitch. Here it comes. And he fouls this one off. And that's a called strike at the letters. Though that looked high from here, it's 0-2 now. And on 0-2, he misses with a fastball. Conway, a California-born ball player. His contract is set to expire at the end of this season, so he may end up hitting the market this winter.
Yeah, Matty, it's going to be interesting to see where this guy lands at the end of this season. A lot of variables come into place. He's had a long career. It's going to be interesting to see if a team steps out past 1 or 2 years for this player.
Another 1-2 delivery.
0-2.
This is a fun guy to watch when he's up there. Really battles. Doesn't take any pitches off. He's a grinder. Always seems to make it difficult on the opposing pitcher.
Swing and a miss on the fastball, and that's the first out.
The left fielder,
Standing in, Andrew Arellano, a hit in 2 tries so far. First pitch of the at-bat. And he'll try to crowd him there to start the at-bat. It's 1-0. And we see a lefty and a right-hander start to loosen up in the bullpen. The 1-0 home is taken, strike one. Bases are empty, 1 man out. And that's high and off the plate, 2-1. Fastball just missed above the zone. The 3-1. Line drive to center field. But sadly for him, this will head straight to the center fielder as he puts it away without much trouble for the second out.
Hale.
Stepping up now, Hal Hale. He drove in 2 with a double in his last at-bat.
And I don't know if he's getting waved around by his third base coach right there, but either way, this guy's not a burner. So I think in hindsight, they would have been real happy if he pulled up at second on that one.
Strike one to start the at-bat. Hard ground ball to third. Oh, and he can't pick it up cleanly. Throw to first in plenty of time, and the side is retired. Bottom of the 6th inning now, and next will be the speed threat, Devin Myers.
Things not looking very good so far in this one, but we're still in the middle innings. They're down by a couple of runs, and this would be the right place and the right time to get something going. The last thing they want to do is to try to come from behind and win this one in the 8th or 9th inning.
Into the windup. Here comes the 0-1. That misses wide. 1 ball and 1 strike. Now the 1-1 pitch. Oh, here's a line drive that is going to get down, and it's going to roll for a while. And I'll tell you what, with his wheels, he may not stop running. Myers takes the turn at third. He wants it all, and he's safe at the plate as it's trimmed to a 4-3 game now.
Boy, the home fans are loving that inside the Parker. Looked like he was carrying a piano around his back when he rounded third, but he made it. Somebody get him an oxygen mask.
Into the box, Bo Jr. As he takes a cold strike at the knees, it's 0-1. A couple of walks for him thus far. The 0-1 delivery.
Ball. Down.
Pulled high in the air out to left field. Arellano is there, and he has it for the out.
Now batting, the center fielder, Francisco Pimentel.
Now at the plate, Francisco Pimentel. Here it comes. Lifted into the air out towards center field. Center fielder giving chase. He gets there and makes a fine running play for the second out.
Now batting, the pitcher, Andrew Zavala.
Digging in the switch hitter, Andrew Zavala. He doubled earlier and carries a 2-for-2 line into this appearance. First offering on its way.
That's the ball.
Starts him out with a sinker that's inside, 1-0. Now here's the pitch. Two out, nobody on. Count is 1-2 now. Here it comes. And it's fouled away. And they'll try to get him fishing there, but he won't offer in the dirt, and it's back to even at 2-2.
Well, I think that pitch is the result of a lot of foul balls. He might have tried to do a little bit too much with it, trying to get him to swing through it, but it just ended up taking off on him.
Sinker, 3-2 now.
What we're seeing here is a really smart at bat. They got to be thinking the man on the mound is getting a little short on gas, so when you go up there and make him throw a bunch of pitches, you're more likely to get a good pitch to hit, or at least force him out of the game.
And he struck him out, his 8th punch out of the ball game, and that one ends the inning. But not before the lone hit in the inning. The solo home run makes this a 1-run ball game. 7th inning coming up. The Thunder are out in front here, 4-3. Digging in, Corey Esparza, already 2 for 2. He'll look to add on right here.
That last at bat when he hit the home run, that's not an easy pitch to hit a homer. That was a changeup that was in off the plate. Most of the times you'll see a guy swing at that pitch. It's a hard pitch to keep fair. A lot of guys will hook that ball foul into the bleachers.
Hey, Dan, this guy's having a monster series on the road. Were you aware of the home road splits?
I think every player is, and sometimes it's a matter of being either comfortable on the mound or comfortable in a batter's box in some visiting ballparks, and some guys, quite frankly, like it better on the road than they do at home.
Standing in now, Tiny Ryan, as he will look at a first pitch fastball for ball one. A hit and 2 at-bats for him at this point in the ballgame. The 1-0 home, fouled off. On the move again from first. Now here's one hit in the air to the right side. And nope, this one falls, so he'll get another shot. The 1-2. Swing and a line drive. And that's in for his second hit of the afternoon. And that runner will go no further than second as there are 2 aboard now.
Now batting.
Everybody's different coming out of spring training. Some guys get off to torrid starts. Some guys struggle. This is one that struggled, but maybe that single gets him going.
Blake Hamby will grab a bat and hit for the pitcher here. Fastball just inside. He's ready for his first at-bat of this early season contest. Can't sit back long enough, and the count evens up at 1-1. Has a look, now the pitch. Line toward the gap in left center. Pimentel is there, and he has it for the first out. Throw won't get him.
We'll see if moving up to third pays off for him. He didn't have to tag and go for third, but now he can score a lot of different ways. Doesn't have to be a hit.
Digging in, Saul Worthing. 4th trip to the plate for him, and he's at risk of ending that nice hitting streak that he's put together.
Yeah, chances are it's on his mind, Matt, but you just have to let that get out of the way as best you can. You have to approach this at bat just like any other. Otherwise, you're just getting in your own way.
Here comes the first pitch.
1-0.
Hey, this is a left-handed hitter that can fly down the line. If they want to turn 2, they're going to have to be almost perfect.
The 1-0 is swung on and missed, strike 1.
Hey, hats off to the pitching staff right here. They've been able to hold a hot hitter in check in Game 4 this series.
Throw over to first, and he's back in standing. The 1-1 home. Weak grounder down the first baseline. But a foul ball, 1-2 now. From the belt, the pitch. We're in the 7th inning now of a 4-3 ball game. This is in the air out to straightaway center. Catch made in center. Here comes the runner from third. And they'll tack on an insurance strike with the sac fly as they lead now 5-3.
Every team is looking for that insurance run late in the game. That run right there gives them a 2-run lead heading into the late innings.
In now, Brian Cannon. He got on top of one and was a ground out victim last time. First delivery to him on the way. And he gets him to pop it up on the right side of the infield. Valido is there, and the side is retired. It's a run on 2 hits, 1 left. 7th inning stretch time here at the ballpark. The Thunder lead it 5-3. Ryan Greenberg gets the call from the pen to take over on the mound and start the home 7th. Mohammed Butts is up off the bench as he'll be asked to get something started in the home half of the 7th. Hit in the air to center field. And the move to the pinch hitter will not pan out as that's taken in for the first out.
The batter, number 10, second baseman, Rolando Valido.
Stepping in, Rolando Valido. Ready with the first pitch. Here it comes.
Counts 1-0.
The 1-0. Fouled away. One out, nobody on. Swing and a line drive. Foul. To 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Good job to spoil that one away, and he stays alive. The 2-2. Grounder down the line at third. And that's the second out.
Not a lot you can do with that pitch. That fastball just ate him up inside and gets the soft grounder for the out.
Digging in, Alton Kramer. He's ready. Here's the first offering. This is skied into the air to straightaway center. Worthing is there, and he'll make the catch to retire the side. Angelo Love has been summoned from the bullpen as he'll do so to start the 8th.
Angelo Love.
Leading off the inning, Scott Franchise, as they'll look for some added insurance before the bottom half of the inning.
Franchise.
From the stretch, here's the pitch. This one's outside, quite a bit off the plate that time. And he fouls this one off. A 1-1.
Looked like he was going to wait him out, see if he was going to come over the heart of the plate. Well, newsflash, he is, and this hitter's going to adjust his batting gloves, and he better be ready in the box.
Looked like the fastball got away from him there. It's ball 2. The 2-2 is a wave and a miss. He struck him out.
That swing tells me he was really trying to get a pitch out front and rip it down the line, but that wasn't a great pitch to do it on. It's really not the best 2-strike approach either.
At the plate now, Mike Hayes. A ball and no strikes. He's working on a 1-for-3 thus far. Now that's popped up. Kramer has a play. And he brings it in for the second out of the inning.
The left fielder, number 99, Andrew Arellano.
Stepping up to the plate, Andrew Arellano. He's set. Here it comes. A fastball here as he'll take a look at ball one. 1-0. Right-hander starts to loosen out in the bullpen now. And, looked like a definite pitcher's pitch there on the inside. 1-1.
Great job of doubling up with a fastball inside. A lot of times you'll see a pitcher go in there, but they won't go back in there a second time. This guy's not afraid to pitch inside.
He's set. Here comes the 1-1. Couldn't lay off that time, and it's 1-2. Bases are empty here with 2 men out. Waved at and missed for the third out. Not much of a chance at hitting that one, and the inning is over. Judd is on to pitch out of the bullpen in the bottom half of the
Number
eighth.
55.
Now at the plate, Chet Tierney. He'll have a new pitcher waiting for him as we begin their half of the eighth.
Even though we're moving into the back end of this game, they're only down by a couple of runs. You know that old slogan, a bloop and a blast? They could certainly use that right now.
1 ball, no strikes, the count. One and one.
Big fastball is definitely this guy's MO coming out of the bullpen.
And this is popped fouled off to the right and back into the seats. Judd, originally from Mississippi. He's currently on a 1-year deal, so he stands to be a free agent at the end of this season.
Some guys only get to free agency one time in their career. This guy has a chance to get there for a second time and in the prime of his career. Is he able to handle the pressure as he plays out this final season?
That's a good take on a fastball out of the zone. Hey, I get it. He's looking for a ball to drive, but that ball was a little bit too far up in the zone. That's one you normally pop right up.
So the breaking ball locked him up there. Chet Tierney is sent packing to begin the bottom of the inning. At the plate, Antonio Nunez. As with 1 away, he can't make contact on the first pitch. It's strike 1. He's got a hit in 3 at-bats to this point. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses in the dirt as he tried to get him to chase the low one.
Hey, that 0-2 fastball wasn't even close, but I'm hit right now. I'm still sitting on that heater.
Bases are empty, 1 man out. Now a swing and a fly ball. But no chance to run it down. It's a foul ball. The 1-2. Is a wave and a miss. He struck him out.
No problems for him on the mound since he's come out of the pen to start this inning. That's back-to-back Ks, and he's making it look pretty easy. This has the makings of a good outing so far.
In now, Devin Myers. As the first pitch here is a bit high, it's ball 1.
Count 1-0.
Great job to be able to lay off that pitch right there. You could tell the minute it came out of his hand, his eyes lit up at the plate.
2-0.
That ball went out.
Like to see him be looking to the opposite field with this next swing. Pitcher's trying to work you away.
2 out, nobody on. Lofted in the air out toward right center. Long run for the right fielder. He tracks it down, and that will end the inning. Robert Olson enters from the pen to start the 9th inning as he'll try to keep the score right where it is heading to the bottom of the 9th. Kicking off the top of the 9th, Hal Hale, as they'll look for some added insurance before the bottom half of the inning. First pitch coming, here it is.
Ball, that's inside.
The 1-0 home. Finds the zone, strike 1.
1-1.
Swing and a miss on the fastball, and it's 1-2. Olson is a native of the Virgin Islands in the Caribbean. He's a 5-year vet at the major league level. Pitch taken several inches below the zone, in fact. And a good hard slider as this one swung on and missed for the first out here in the 9th. Sliding into the box, Corey Esparza. He singled his last time up. Ready with the first pitch. Here it comes. Action in the bullpen now as a right-hander begins to throw out there. Ball 1 as he lays off below the zone. 1 out, nobody on. Right side. Oh, look at the sliding stop. And that's an incredible effort to get the second out of the inning.
The third baseman of the first, Tiny Ryan.
Digging in to try it again, Tiny Ryan. First pitch of the at-bat. Runs up and gets this one down. And the off-balance throw gets him as he takes away a hit, and the side is retired. Now the skipper's on his way out toward the home plate area, and I believe that means we're going to have a double switch here. Guy Eaton takes the ball now in inning number 9, looking to close the door.
Now pitching and batting in the 8th, number 13, Guy Eaton. Now playing third.
Coming to the plate now, Bull Jr. He'll lead things off here as we play the bottom of the 9th. And now pitch on the way. And he starts him out with a strike on the outer half.
He'll be fine coming out of the bullpen in this one if he can keep the ball around the knees like that.
That's in there, and he's deep in the hole now. 0-2. Eaton, a veteran at 35 years of age. He's a 15-year major league vet, so it's been quite the career for him.
Yeah, Matty, this guy has had an amazing career. And you know what? It's a testament to how hard he's worked, the changes he's had to make. This is a game of adjustments, and you don't hang around this long if you're not prepared to make some adjustments along the way.
Francisco Pimentel.
Into the box now, Francisco Pimentel. And he'll watch one miss up and away for a ball, 1-0. He's hitless in 3 at-bats to this point. A ball and a strike.
Hey, it looks like this guy's going to work in the upper part of the strike zone. It'll be interesting to see if this lineup can adjust to the way he pitches.
Bases are empty, 1 man out. And it's fouled away. Ready to deliver the 1-2. He struck him out the 3rd time he's fanned in the game.
Well, you have to feel pretty confident about the way this one's going to end up as a manager. 2 hitters, 2 strikeouts from the closer. There's not a whole lot more he can do to instill confidence that he's going to wrap this thing up without any problem.
Striding in once again, Andrew Zavala. And he needs to make something happen. They're down to their final out here in the 9th. Now a check swing, but he holds up in time. Ball 1. That's inside. 2-0. Now here it comes. Splitter can't find the zone either, and it's 3-0.
Well, this is a big pitch right here. 2 outs in the 9th. The last thing you want to do is walk a guy and bring the tying run to the plate.
From the windup, the 3-0 pitch. And this is taken low for ball 4, and they'll have themselves a 2-out base runner here after all.
That is just a great at-bat there. When you're down late, you need base runners any way you can get them, and that never-say-die mentality could be the difference. We'll see how it plays out.
Corbin Montgomery will be called upon here to hit with the game on the line.
Montgomery.
Slider finds the zone for a strike. Montgomery, a native of Washington, the Evergreen State. This is his 6th season for him in the big leagues. Good hard slider there, but it runs away. It's a ball and a strike. Now a swing and a ground ball. This should do it. Scooped up, throw on to second for the force, and the ball game is over.
Hey, it's hard to win games at any point, but to win games on the road, especially in this ballpark, so they are very happy with this win.
5-3 the final score in this afternoon's game. Tennessee took the lead in the 4th and held on until the end. Antoine Fong takes the win on the mound, his 2nd of the year. Guy Eaton wraps it up for the save, his 4th of the season. So that's a wrap for us in this one. Mark DeRosa, Dan Plesac, Heidi Watney, Matt Vasgersian. We all thank you for watching Major League Baseball on MLB Network. See you next time.
Fans, our final line score. First, for the victorious visiting team, 5 runs, 10 hits, 1 error. They left 4 men on base. For the home team, 3 runs, 5 hits, no errors. They left 6 men on base. Time of the ball game, 3 hours and 1 minute. Thank you for joining us here this afternoon. And we remind you to please drive home safely.